Doa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, sesungguhnya Engkaulah Tuhan yang mempunyai kebesaran dan keagungan, yang memerintah dan mentadbir alam sekalian. Tiada berlaku sesuatu melainkan dengan kehendak dan kekuasaan daripadamu jua. Kepada Engkaulah sebenar-benarnya tempat kami meletakkan harapan dan memohon pertolongan. Ya Allah, apalah kiranya dengan kemurahan-Mu Engkau anugerahkanlah kepada kami sebaik-baik ilham dan fikiran, dan berikanlah kami sebaik-baik pimpinan untuk menjalankan tugas dan kewajipan kami. Mudahkan kepada kami segala kerumitan dalam menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan yang diperbahaskan di dalam sidangan kami ini, dan sampaikanlah kami kepada kata sepakat dan tujuan-tujuan yang muktamad demi untuk kepentingan dan kebaikan negara. Seterusnya, kepada Engkaulah juga kami harapkan agar segala usaha dan cita-cita kerajaan dalam rancangan-rancangan pembangunannya akan berhasil dan berjaya untuk membawa kemakmuran, keadilan dan kebahagiaan kepada rakyat seluruhnya. Amin.
Pemasyuran daripada Tuan Speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, I had granted leave of absence under Standing Order 81 to Yang Berhormat Datuk Tiong Tai King, Honourable Member for N52 Dudong, for yesterday, today and tomorrow sitting. Ahli yang berhormat, bagi pihak Dewan yang mulia ini, saya ingin mengucapkan takziah kepada keluarga mendiang Datuk Frederick Bayu Manggi yang telah meninggal dunia pada 21 hari bulan September 2020 yang lepas. Mendiang adalah merupakan bekas ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi kawasan Kedep. Bagi menghormati mendiang, marilah kita sama-sama berdiri bertafakur selama seminit. Terima kasih.
pertanyaan-pertanyaan bagi jawapan-jawapan lisan.
Yang berhormat Dr. Haji Haslan bin Abang Hibni, Demak Laut.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Soalan saya adalah soalan nombor 74.
Terima kasih. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera yang Datuk Yang Dipertua, Datuk Ahmad Yang Dipertua. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat dari BAGI Demak Laut, Jawatan Kuasa Pengurusan Bencana Negeri Sarawak telah merangka langkah strategik untuk meningkatkan keupayaan Sarawak dalam menghadapi pandemik COVID yang sedang menular sekarang ataupun rabies. Setelah beberapa bulan melalui perjalanan yang amat mencabar dalam menangani wabak COVID-19, Jawatan Kuasa Pengurusan Bencana Negeri telah menimba pengalaman dalam memahami cara mengenali COVID-19 dan rabies. Kita juga telah belajar daripada pengalaman dan pengurusan beberapa negara yang telah berjaya memutuskan rantaian COVID-19 dengan berkesan seperti South Korea, New Zealand dan negara China. Negara-negara tersebut telah menggunakan strategi full containment with stringent aggressive testing, tracking, contact tracing, quarantine and isolation. Dengan pendekatan tersebut, mereka berjaya mengurangkan krisis kesihatan dan krisis ekonomi. Antara langkah strategi tersebut adalah seperti berikut. A. Meningkatkan keupayaan dan kapasiti Jabatan Kesihatan Sarawak JKNS untuk menjalani ujian, menyediakan peralatan makamal dan keupayaan penguatkuasaan. Mewujudkan pasukan Special Contact Tracing Squad untuk membantu pihak Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri membuat contact tracing bagi kes-kes positif COVID-19. C. Mengenakan kawalan ketat sepanjang sempadan untuk mengekang kemasukan pembawa penyakit termasuk haiwan. D. Memperketatkan garis panduan kemasukan ke Sarawak melalui aplikasi online Inter Sarawak dan e-health declaration form dan menyediakan pusat-pusat kuarantin. E. Memperhebat lagi perkongsian maklumat dan kesedaran mengenai bahayanya COVID-19 melalui pelbagai saluran media seperti media cetak, media elektronik, media sosial dan ceramah-ceramah di peringkat akar umbi. Datuk Yang Dipertua, untuk kita berjaya menangangi penularan wabak ini, kerjasama semua pihak dan penglibatan semua lapisan masyarakat amat diperlukan. Strategi-strategi di atas juga boleh digunakan untuk menangangi wabak-wabak lain di masa akan datang.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Timbalan Ketua Menteri. Dua soalan tambahan ialah, selain daripada Hospital Umum Sarawak, Hospital Sibu, Hospital Bintulu dan Hospital Miri, adakah kerajaan bercadang untuk menaik taraf hospital-hospital lain di Sarawak supaya ianya boleh mempunyai kemudahan untuk merawat pesakit COVID-19? Dan soalan yang kedua adalah, berapakah kapasiti bagi menjalankan ujian RT-PCR untuk COVID-19 di Sarawak, dan adakah kerajaan mempunyai perancangan untuk menambahkan lagi kapasiti tersebut? Terima kasih.
Pertama, mengenai sama ada kita nak menambahkan hospital-hospital yang mampu untuk merawat pesakit COVID-19. Memang Datuk Yang Dipertua, kita melihat keadaan di Sabah di mana mereka sekarang sedang menghadapi keadaan yang begitu meruncing, dan satu masalah adalah masalah kemudahan-kemudahan hospital yang tidak mencukupi. So learning from that, we have come up with a proposal which we have presented to Majlis Keselamatan Negara untuk meningkatkan kemampuan keupayaan hospital-hospital di Bau, Serian, Seriaman, Betong, Serike, Kapit dan Limbang supaya mereka ini dapat mampu untuk merawat pesakit COVID-19. Yang kedua, mengenai capacity testing. Sekarang di Sarawak kita mampu untuk membuat saringan maksimum 2,400 satu hari. Dengan kapasiti itu kita mendapati bahawa kadang-kadang kita perlu menunggu keputusan sampai 2-3 hari. Dan kalau dari Limbang dan Lawas, kita mereka terpaksa menunggu sehingga 4-5 hari. Kerana dari Limbang, Lawas perlu dibawa ke Miri. Dengan itu, kita juga telah mengemukakan kepada Majlis Keselamatan Negara supaya kapasiti di Sarawak perlu ditingkatkan kepada 5,000 satu hari. Kalau kita dapat meningkatkan jumlah tes itu kepada 5,000 satu hari, maka masa menunggu mungkin we have given the KPI to JKNS to get the result within the latest 24 hours. Kalau dapat 12 jam. Jadi kerana kita tahu semakin lama mereka menunggu, kalau positif then cause a lot of issue. Kita sekarang Kerja Negeri telah meluluskan peruntukan untuk membina sebuah makmal molekul perubatan baru di Hospital Limbang. And the job is being done now. And kita berharap kapasiti di Limbang akan kita bagi kepada 200 ujian satu hari. Jadi kalau apabila siap kemudahan di Limbang, maka Lawas Limbang tidak perlu pergi ke Miri lagi. Dan Datuk Yang di-Pertua, inilah langkah-langkah yang diambil oleh kerajaan GPS untuk menjaga keselamatan rakyat Sarawak. Terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Encik Aula Dris Semunjan.
Terima kasih Tuan Speaker. Boleh pantun. Anak Melayu bernama Polan, anak India bernama Rama. Mohon Pak Menteri menjawab saya punya soalan. Soalan saya nombor 75.
Terima kasih Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Apa ini anak Melayu dengan India saja? Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi Semunjan, Jabatan Pertanian Sarawak telah mengemukakan permohonan untuk membina Pejabat Pertanian Daerah Semunjan yang baru di bawah rancangan Malaysia ke-12 di atas tapak seluas 5 ekar.
Bilakah agak-agaknya penggunaan pertanian yang baru dapat dilaksanakan? Terima kasih.
Atau Mas Speaker, seperti mana yang saya kata tadi, dia adalah dikemukakan untuk dimasukkan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-12. Bila dia akan dibina, apabila ada duit nanti kita akan bina.
Yang Berhormat Puan Haji Simoy bin Haji Peri Lingga.
Tuan Speaker, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Soalan saya nombor 76.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Terima kasih Yang Berhormat bagi kawasan Lingga kerana bertanya soalan. Untuk makluman Ahli Yang Berhormat bagi kawasan Lingga, Jalan Sebuyau Lingga telah diluluskan untuk dilaksanakan di bawah program perhubungan Jalan Utama Kedua ataupun Second Terang Road. Jalan ini merupakan salah satu daripada jalan perhubungan luar bandar yang diluluskan dan dibiayai sepenuhnya oleh kerajaan Sarawak sendiri. Maknanya it is under the budget of Sarawak government itself. Saya cukup faham bahawa jalan raya ini amat ditunggu-tunggu oleh para penduduk di kawasan Lingga kerana sesungguhnya jalan ini akan memendekkan masa perjalanan, memendekkan jarak fizikal sekiranya penduduk Lingga hendak ke Kota Semerahan dan seterusnya ke Bandaraya Kuching. Jadi ianya juga dijangka dapat menjadi pemangkin kepada pembangunan tahap sosioekonomi para penduduk di luar bandar dan juga dapat menjadikan salah satu daripada prasyarat penting untuk membolehkan kawasan luar bandar khususnya di sekitar kawasan Lingga dan kawasan-kawasan yang berdekatan untuk catch up kepada pembangunan yang dicapai oleh kawasan-kawasan yang lebih hampir dengan kawasan bandar. Dan ianya dijangka dapat dilaksanakan pada awal tahun 2021 kerana reka bentuknya pun sudah siap untuk dilaksanakan. Mas.
Apakah skop kerja projek jalan tersebut dan bila projek ini dilaksanakan dan dapat disiapkan? Kerana rakyat saya selalu bertanya berkenaan dengan jalan Lingga Sebuyau ini. Mohon YB Datuk. Okey, terima kasih.
Kurang jelas. Boleh ulang tak?
Ialah, apakah skop kerja projek jalan tersebut? Dan yang kedua, bilakah projek jalan ini mula dibina dan dapat disiapkan? Kerana projek ini sentiasa menjadi tanda tanya rakyat di kawasan saya. Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih. Jadi jalan dari Sebuyau ke Lingga seperti yang saya katakan tadi sudah siap reka bentuknya. Cuma menunggu untuk dilaksanakan pada awal tahun 2021. Itu yang pertama. Kedua, dari segi skopnya, jalan raya ini adalah sepanjang 33 km dari kawasan Sebuyau hingga ke Lingga dan ianya melibatkan pembinaan jalan raya jenis single carriageway 2 lorong, jenis R5 JKR standard dan ianya akan mempunyai sebuah jambatan menyeberangi Sungai Lingga sepanjang 650 meter dan satu lagi jambatan kecil di Sungai Ligi untuk membolehkan jalan raya tersebut dapat sampai ke Pekan Lingga. Jadi kita percaya bahawa dengan adanya pembinaan jalan raya ini, ianya dapat menjadi pemangkin kepada kedua-dua pembangunan Pekan Lingga dan saya yakin juga bahawa Sebuyau salah satu daripada pekan di coastal area akan mendapat manfaat daripada pembinaan jalan raya ini. Jadi boleh saya simpulkan begini Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pembinaan jalan raya ini. 2-3 kucing berlari, katak melompat dalam perigi. Kerajaan JPS tunaikan janji. Janji ditunai sudah terbukti. Terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Encik Wilson Nyabong, Pelagus.
Thank you, Dato' Ahmad Speaker. My question is number 77. Terima kasih Dato' Speaker dan terima kasih Yang Berhormat bagi Pelagus. Oleh kerana Yang Berhormat dari Semunjan dan Yang Berhormat dari Batang Lupa dari Sepuyau sudah berpantun, saya juga ingin berpantun, Dato' Amar. Kerana semalam saya sudah sedia membeli pantun dari Yang Berhormat dari Beting Maru, tapi dia tidak jual. Jadi hari ini saya berpantun kepada Yang Berhormat dari Pelagus secara percuma. Pantunnya begini: katak berlompat musim tengkujuh, buaya mengganas di Batang Lupa. Saya akan jawab soalan nombor 77 dari Yang Berhormat Pelagus yang gagah perkasa. Jawapannya sendiri. Sejak dalam tahun 1979, jumlah 4 buah lesen hutan telah ditamatkan kerana tidak mematuhi syarat-syarat lesen Klausa 19-1 dan -B dan 19-2 dan -C, iaitu gagal menanam pokok dalam tempoh yang ditetapkan berdasarkan Tree Planting Plan. Objektif peladangan hutan adalah untuk memastikan bekalan bahan mentah yang mampan bagi industri berasas kayu di Sarawak serta mengurangkan kebergantungan bahan mentah dari hutan asli. Sekiranya berlaku pertinihan rancangan pembangunan dalam kawasan lesen hutan, ladang hutan, keputusan sama ada untuk menarik balik lesen hutan, ladang hutan berkenaan adalah bergantung terhadap kepentingan rancangan pembangunan tersebut pada pembangunan sosioekonomi negeri dan rakyat. Kawasan lesen ladang hutan yang terlibat mungkin akan dikeluarkan ataupun excise setelah mendapat persetujuan bersama dengan pemegang lesen ladang hutan berkenaan. Sekian, terima kasih. Terima kasih Menteri Muda. Saya ada 2 soalan. Soalan pertama ialah bagaimana pula sekiranya terdapat tanah yang berstatus NCR yang sah di dalam kawasan lesen ladang hutan, apakah tindakan kerajaan bagi menyelesaikan masalahnya? Tadi Yang Berhormat ada jawapan berkenaan dengan ini. Yang satu lagi setakat ini berapakah jumlah keluasan lesen ladang hutan yang telah dikeluarkan bagi pelaksanaan persijilan hutan semula jadi Forest Management Certification Natural Forest? Thank you. Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker, terima kasih Yang Berhormat bagi Pelagus. Untuk menjawab soalan 1 mengenai dengan status NCR dalam kawasan tersebut, sekiranya terdapat tanah-tanah yang berstatus NCR yang sahih seperti yang disahkan oleh Jabatan Tanah dan Sabir di kawasan lesen ladang hutan, ianya akan dikeluarkan daripada kawasan lesen tersebut. Perkara ini turut termaktub dalam syarat-syarat lesen ladang hutan yang menyatakan bahawa lesen ladang hutan adalah tidak termasuk tanah NCR yang sah dan tanah bermilik. Jika ada permohonan untuk membuat permintaan sabir dalam kawasan tersebut, kerajaan akan mempertimbangkan di bawah program pengukuran tanah NCR inisiatif baru. Untuk soalan kedua, sehingga kini seluas 749,440.33 hektar telah dikeluarkan daripada 12 lesen ladang hutan untuk tujuan pelaksanaan persijilan hutan semula jadi Forest Management Certification Natural Forest. Terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Haji Muhammad Ali Mahmud setakan.
Assalamualaikum, Datuk Amar Speaker. Firstly, I want to take this opportunity to mengucapkan tahniah on your reappointment. Salam sejahtera. Soalan saya number 78. Sir. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Datuk Amar Speaker. Terima kasih, Ahli yang berhormat daripada N17 Setakan. The frequent occurrences of flash flood in towns and cities throughout Sarawak is indeed a common phenomenon nowadays, more so when the weather pattern is so unpredictable. Thunderstorms, windstorms, and prolonged torrential rains happens when you least expect it to come. The frequent flooding at Kampung Bukit Kembarangan and Taman Samarindah in Semarahan is of no exceptions and are caused by a combination of factors such as exceptionally high intensity rainfall, increased runoff due to urbanizations, inadequate drainage systems including scupper drains, roadside drains, and outlet drains and streams, or due to constructions of undersized culverts, siltations of waterways channels due to indiscriminate or uncontrolled earthwork activities, and inadequate river or stream capacity. In order to address or mitigate the flood problem in the said areas, the DID has included the proposed flood work at Jalan Kuching Semarahan Expressway and the proposed flood mitigation works at SK Muaratuang Semarahan under the Integrated River Basin Development Projects, PLSB, in Sarawak Rivers, costing approximately 191 million and is expected to be completed by 2025. Now, this answer of mine, Datuk Amar Speaker, has been reaffirmed by the Deputy Minister of Environment and Water, Yang Berhormat Datuk Ahmad Mas Rizal Muhammad, in the Dewan Rakyat yesterday, 9 November 2020, in response to the question raised by the MP Kota Semarahan on the status of the flood mitigation projects in Kota Semarahan. In addition to that, the DID is also conducting the flood mitigation and drainage master plan study of the Semarahan River Basin, which is expected to be completed by year end. At the meantime, both DID and Majlis Perbandaran Kota Semarahan will continue to carry out river clearing works at the drainage outlets at Sungai Stigang at Kampung Berangan and the routine drain clearing works respectively. For the information of Ahli Yang Berhormat N17 Setakan, MPKS will also undertake to upgrade the 17,000 meters long existing drains and culverts in phases under RMK12, costing approximately 20 million.
Apa tu? Datuk Amar Speaker, I have two supplementary questions. And terima kasih Datuk Menteri Muda. The first question is, what is the status of the proposed flood mitigation and drainage master plan study of Semarahan River Basin? And the second question is, what is the holistic and long-term solution to the flooding in Semarahan? Thank you.
Terima kasih, Ahli Yang Berhormat daripada Setakan. As I mentioned early on, the drainage master plan study is scheduled to be completed by year end. The findings from this drainage master plan study will help to identify the long-term solutions to the frequent flooding at Taman Samarinda. With regards to question number 2, as a long-term or holistic approach to solving the frequent flooding in Samarahan, there is a need for an integrated land use master plan or infrastructure plan for planning approval and sustainable development. Terima kasih. Yang Berhormat Encik Alan Sidang Gramong Macan.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Speaker. My question is number 79.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Speaker. For the information of Ahli Yang Berhormat for Macan, there is a proposal from the Upper Rajang Development Agency, URDA, to implement 8 million litre per day, 8 MLD water treatment plant under 12 Malaysia Plan. This capacity of water treatment plant may be able to supply clean and treated water to Majau, Nangapoi, Poi Ilik, Ulu Poi, and Ulu Macan area. For a long-term plan, the Sarawak government, through our Ministry of Utilities, will be implementing another 17 million litre per day water treatment plant in line with our water supply master plan and our state water grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Menteri Muda. I have 2 supplementary questions. One is, what is the scope of the work for water supply system to Majau, Nangapoi, Poi Ilik, Menalun, Ulu Poi, and Ulu Macan area? And the second question is, what is the estimated cost for the above project? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Thank you for Ahli Berhormat for Macan. For question number 1, the proposed scope of work includes the construction of water treatment plant, including raw water intake storage tank with booster station and associated works, pipeline works including booster station and high-level water tank, service work to the water treatment plant, as well as 2 staff quarters. For question number 2, for the information of Ahli Yang Berhormat for Macan, as for the water projects which has been planned to be implemented by URDA in the 12 Malaysia plan, there are in total of 12 water supply projects under the proposed new water treatment plant and associated work for Kanawit. The estimated cost for this project is 50.84 million ringgit. Thank you.
Yang Berhormat Encik Martin Ben, Kedep.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker dan selamat pagi. Soalan saya soalan nombor 80.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker dan Yang Berhormat saudara saya dari Kedep. Untuk makluman Yang Berhormat bagi Kedep, terdapat beberapa inisiatif kerajaan sama ada oleh kementerian dan agensi-agensi kerajaan negeri maupun kerajaan pusat bagi meningkatkan minat dan menggalakkan golongan belia mencebur diri dalam bidang perniagaan secara digital. Bagi kementerian saya, antara inisiatif yang dilaksanakan bagi golongan belia adalah seperti berikut: kursus dropshipping Shopee, digital kenyalang achievers, bengkel usahawan YouTubers, dan kursus TikTok dan Instagram perniagaan. Setakat ini kementerian saya telah melaksanakan sebanyak 23 program e-dagang di seluruh negeri bagi yang memanfaatkan kira 621 belia termasuk belia daripada bahagian Serian. Selain itu, kementerian saya menawarkan grant melalui program e-commerce grant yang bernilai sehingga RM5,000 untuk usahawan mempromosi dan menjualkan produk mereka melalui platform e-commerce seperti Shopee, Lazada, Alibaba, Helpy dan e-payment seperti Sarawak Pay, Boost, Grab Pay, Touch and Go dan sebagainya. Pemberian grant ini adalah secara reimbursable. Selain daripada kementerian saya, agensi-agensi lain yang juga melaksanakan program digital seperti berikut. Digital Entrepreneurship Program oleh SDEC, SDEC, Biputra Entrepreneur Enhancement Program oleh SME Corporation, Agro Bazaar Online oleh Pharma, program My Mudah dan pendigitalan perniagaan oleh MPC dan SME Digitalization Matching Grant oleh SME Bank. Thank you.
Terima kasih Menteri Muda atas jawapan tadi. Ketua Mas Speaker, saya ada 2 soalan tambahan. Selain daripada kursus dan latihan, apakah kemudahan-kemudahan yang kerajaan telah laksanakan untuk meningkatkan minat supaya para belia kita mencebur diri dalam perniagaan secara digital? Soalan tambahan kedua, apakah kemudahan lain yang kerajaan laksanakan untuk membantu para usahawan termasuk belia-belia mempromosikan produk-produk mereka ke luar negeri ataupun luar negara? Sekian.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Selain daripada kursus bengkel seminar yang kita adakan bagi para belia, kita juga telah melaksanakan pelbagai kemudahan yang untuk membina minat dan meningkatkan minat dan menggalakkan para belia kita untuk mencebur diri dalam bidang perniagaan secara digital, seperti Digital Innovation Hub DIH dan Digital Community Center DCC. Di bawah program Sarawak Digital Economy Corporation SDEC, terdapat 7 buah Digital Innovation Hub di seluruh negeri yang menawarkan kemudahan capaian internet berkelajuan tinggi, co-working space, menyediakan tempat mereka duduk, berbincang dan sebagainya, serta akses kepada bimbingan dan sistem sokongan permulaan idea untuk perniagaan kepada belia yang berminat. Ianya berfungsi sebagai pusat kepada inisiatif digital untuk para belia kita. Digital Community Center DCC pula adalah usaha Kementerian Kerjaan Tempatan dan Perumahan bersama dengan Pustaka Negeri Sarawak untuk menghubungkan Digital Innovation Hub yang kebanyakannya terletak di bandar utama di negeri Sarawak dengan komuniti setempat di luar bandar. Perkhidmatan yang ditawarkan hampir sama, sekadar ianya pada skala yang lebih kecil dan hanya dapat menampung 25 orang pengunjung pada satu-satu masa. Bagi menggalakkan para usahawan Sarawak mempromosi dan menjual produk mereka ke pasaran yang lebih besar di luar negeri Sarawak, kementerian saya dan bersama dengan agensi lain telah mewujudkan 2 setakat ini, satu Sarawak Product Pavilion di Kuala Lumpur dan status Sarawak Trade and Tourism Office di Singapura. Kedua ini berfungsi untuk mempamer dan mempromosi barangan produk jualan Sarawak serta produk pelancongan ke pasaran yang lebih besar di Kuala Lumpur dan di Singapura. Malah mungkin di masa akan datang, kerajaan juga akan mewujudkan satu pusat yang serupa di tempat-tempat lain seperti Brunei, Indonesia dan sebagainya. Semasa pelaksanaan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan yang bermula pada Mac yang lalu, kementerian saya telah melaksanakan platform online iaitu Facebook Bazaar Rakyat Online Sarawak Ku Sayang, BROS, untuk membantu para peniaga kecil dan penjajah termasuk usahawan belia untuk menjual produk mereka melalui sosial media. Pada masa yang sama, ianya juga menyediakan perkhidmatan penghantaran dari vendor ke rumah pelanggan masing-masing. Semasa tempoh tersebut, tidak kurang daripada 7,500 penjajat kecil di seluruh negeri berdaftar dengan bros yang berjaya menjual secara terkumpul jualan mereka 35 juta. Jadi bagi saya sambutan pada belia dalam perniagaan digital ini amat baik dan menggalakkan. Jadi saya ingin menyeru agar Yang Berhormat dan ahli-ahli Yang Berhormat yang lain agar mempromosikan idea ini perniagaan secara digital kepada para belia kita di bandar maupun di luar bandar, kerana ini salah satu jalan yang amat baik dan cara baru untuk kita berniaga di masa akan datang. Terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Encik Jara Rentap Jabu, Layar.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Mana engkau atas jek kena nyabung hari Minggu. Minta saud Menteri Induk Bajet. Tanya aku umur 81.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Ikan semah, ikan patin. Masak lemak, lempuk durian. Kerajaan GPS, kerajaan prihatin. Rakyat susah diberi perhatian. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi layar, dari Januari hingga Oktober 2020, jumlah keseluruhan penerima bantuan adalah 52,747 orang dengan perbelanjaan sebanyak 144,887,194 ringgit. Daripada jumlah tersebut, 702 adalah penerima bantuan dari kawasan layar dengan perbelanjaan sebanyak 2,114,900 ringgit. Berkaitan dengan langkah semakan untuk kenaikan sumbangan bantuan bagi setiap kategori, suka saya melaporkan di sini, alhamdulillah, pertama sekali syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Dan terima kasih kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri khususnya dan Kerajaan Persekutuan Amnya kerana majoriti kategori bantuan bulanan yang di bawah pembiayaan Kerajaan Persekutuan telah terdapat peningkatan dari segi kadarnya. Dalam ucapan belanjawan 2021 oleh Menteri Keuangan Malaysia pada 6 November 2020, iaitu di bawah matlamat pertama kesejahteraan rakyat, Kerajaan Persekutuan telah mengumumkan kenaikan kadar bantuan kebajikan bulanan seperti berikut. Nombor 1, bantuan OKU tidak berupaya bekerja, kadar sedia ada adalah RM250 dan kadar baru ialah RM300 dan kerajaan negeri top up dengan RM50 jadi jumlahnya RM350 dan ini akan memberi manfaat kepada penerima yang sedia ada iaitu 7,591 orang. Kemudian bantuan untuk orang tua yang berumur 60 ke atas, skim BOT yang sedia ada ialah 350 dan kadar baru ialah RM500. Dan ini akan memberi manfaat kepada penerima yang sedia ada 20,276 warga emas. Kategori yang ketiga iaitu bantuan bagi penjagaan OKU atau bantuan bagi penjagaan pesakit kronik yang terlantar. Kadar sedia ada ialah RM350 dan kadar baru ialah RM500 sebulan. Seterusnya untuk allowance pekerja cacat. Kadar sedia ada 400, kadar baru 450. Dan ini akan memberi manfaat kepada 3,374 pekerja cacat. Kemudian bantuan kanak-kanak ini diberi melalui iaitu ibu tunggal ataupun bapa tunggal yang ada anak kecil bawah 18 tahun, tapi kebanyakannya adalah ibu tunggal. Sebab bapa tunggal tidak ramai yang memohon, mungkin disebabkan status mereka tidak kekal lama. Sekejap saja jadi bapa tunggal.
Ya, ibu tunggal.
Bantuan kanak-kanak, seorang kanak-kanak kalau yang sedia ada RM100. Kalau kadar baru ialah RM150 dan kerajaan negeri top up RM50 kepada yang disediakan. Kemudian untuk anak berumur 6 tahun ke bawah, kadar sedia ada RM100 dan kadar baru yang diberikan ialah RM200 dan sekarang maksimanya ialah RM1,000, RM1,000 dan ini akan memberi manfaat kepada 8,738 ibu tunggal kebanyakannya yang sedia ada.
Terima kasih Datuk Menteri. Saya terima kasih kepada kerajaan GPS yang sungguh prihatin kepada rakyat terutamanya semasa wabak pandemik COVID ini dan juga kepada Jabatan Kebajikan yang telah menyediakan makanan kepada frontliners kita semasa masalah COVID ini. Saya ada dua soalan tambahan Datuk Mas Speaker. Yang pertama, apakah pecahan bilangan penerima mengikut kategori bantuan di Dun Layar? Dan yang kedua, apakah jenis bantuan bulanan kebajikan yang merupakan sumbangan daripada Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak? Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Datuk Amar Speaker. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi layar, pecahan penerima bantuan kebajikan di Dun Layar mengikut kategori bantuan setakat Oktober 2020 adalah seperti berikut. Bantuan AM, bilangan penerimanya adalah 197. Bantuan kanak-kanak 78 orang. Kemudian bantuan untuk warga emas 297. Yang menerima di bawah skim allowance pekerja cacat 23 orang. Bantuan penjagaan OKU atau pesakit kronik terlantar 25 orang. Bantuan OKU tidak berupaya bekerja 82 orang dan ini memberi jumlah 702 orang jumlah keseluruhan dengan perbelanjaan RM2,114,900. Bagi menjawab soalan tambahan kedua, apakah jenis bantuan bulanan kebajikan yang merupakan sumbangan kerajaan negeri? Tuan Speaker, untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi layar, terdapat dua jenis bantuan bulanan yang merupakan sumbangan penuh kerajaan negeri seperti berikut. Bantuan AM dengan kadar iaitu RM300 seorang. Ini adalah untuk golongan yang memerlukan dan dari keluarga miskin yang tidak diliputi di bawah mana-mana skim bantuan bulanan seperti yang telah saya sebutkan tadi. Dan penerima sedia ada sekarang ini adalah seramai 10,808 orang. Kemudian satu lagi jenis bantuan yang dibiayai oleh kerajaan negeri ialah bantuan belia atau belia wanis. Ini adalah untuk membantu penerima bantuan atau anak-anak mereka yang tercicir daripada persekolahan dan menganggur, serta untuk bekas pelatih atau bekas penghuni institusi kebajikan kita untuk mendapat kemahiran atau latihan sambil bekerja. Bantuan adalah untuk tempoh 6 bulan saja dan 1 bulan RM200. Ya. Kerajaan negeri juga memberi sumbangan top up kepada skim bantuan bulanan kerajaan persekutuan, iaitu bantuan kanak-kanak dan bantuan OKU tidak bekerja sebanyak RM50 sebulan masing-masing. Dan sehingga Oktober 2020, sumbangan kerajaan negeri adalah berjumlah RM30,93,870. Kerajaan GPS telah menyediakan peruntukan bagi program pembangunan latihan kemahiran dan kerjaya bagi anak-anak penerima bantuan bulanan kebajikan. Ini adalah satu cara kita untuk meningkatkan pendapatan keluarga, sebab apabila anak-anak penerima bantuan bulanan ini mendapat latihan, tamat latihan dan dapat pekerjaan, alhamdulillah dari segi pendapatan keluarga insya-Allah akan meningkat. 4 jenis latihan yang ditawarkan ialah nombor 1 oil and gas, dalam bidang oil and gas, nombor 2 pastry dan culinary, nombor 3 office management dan nombor 4 automotive. Peruntukan kerajaan GPS daripada telah bermula pada tahun 2017 untuk program ini. Dalam tahun 2017 RM500,000, 2018 RM500,000, 2019 RM200,000 dan untuk 2020 RM500,000. Kita sekarang ini berusaha bekerja sama dengan pihak Sentex untuk melatih anak-anak yang penerima bantuan bulanan ini dalam bidang iaitu membina tower komunikasi. Jadi saya akhiri jawapan kepada soalan tambahan saya dengan pantun. Apa diharap padi seberang? Mungkin berisi, mungkin tiada. Apa diharap pada pembangkang? Undi GPS rakyat sejahtera.
Yang berhormat Encik Jefferson Jamit, Bukit Goram.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Ini rakan saya sebelah kiri kanan ada pantun. Saya nak cuba juga. 2, 3 kucing berlari, mana sama kucing di pending. Ada seorang yang berhormat, seorang lawyer, tapi kuat suka ukur jeraya. Soalan saya nombor 82. Thank you.
Terima kasih Dato' Ahmad Speaker dan terima kasih ahli yang berhormat bagi Bukit Goram. Untuk maklumat ahli yang berhormat, setakat ini kerajaan belum mempunyai perancangan untuk membina sebuah lagi padang bola sepak di Kapit. Walau bagaimanapun, padang bola sepak yang sedia ada di Stadium Terbuka Kapit boleh digunakan oleh orang ramai pada Januari tahun hadapan 2021. Ini memandangkan kerja menaik taraf dan pengubahsuaian Stadium Terbuka Kapit masih dalam proses pelaksanaan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Terima kasih Menteri Muda. Saya ada dua soalan tambahan. Yang pertama, bilakah sepatutnya kerja baik pulih dan naik taraf Stadium Terbuka Kapit dapat disiapkan? Soalan tambahan kedua, adakah perancangan atau program pembangunan sukan berkaitan bola sepak akan diadakan di bahagian Kapit? Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Ahli Yang Berhormat bagi Bukit Koram. Kalau kita mengikut jadual kontrak, projek tersebut akan dapat disiapkan pada bulan hadapan, bulan Disember tahun ini 2020. Dan pusat pembangunan bola sepak di Kapit sekarang ini sedang giat dibangunkan. Maka pada masa ini kita mempunyai dua pusat pembangunan, iaitu satu di Kapit dan satu lagi di Song. Dan bilangan, maka dengan itu bilangan pusat permulaan ataupun PP dan satu lagi pusat cemerlang PC bakal ditambah di bahagian tersebut. Jadi saya ingin juga mengakhiri jawapan saya dengan serangkap pantun lah, Datuk Ahmad Speaker. 2-3 kucing berlari, mana sama si kucing belang. 2-3 dapat ku cari, mana sama GPS ku seorang. Terima kasih.
Yang Berhormat Sri Chihau Batu Lintang.
Thank you, Datuk Ahmad Speaker. My question is number 83.
Terima kasih Datuk Ahmad Speaker dan juga terima kasih bagi Yang Berhormat untuk Batu Lintang. For the information of Yang Berhormat, the difference between the sekolah sukan negeri as well as sekolah sukan negara or sekolah sukan Malaysia. We have to understand the difference, and both of these, whenever there's a conversion from sukan sekolah negeri to sekolah sukan negara, or we build a new sukan sekolah negara, it needs an approval from the Ministry of Education. So far, there is no plan to convert sekolah SMK Tabuan Jaya into a full-fledged sekolah sukan Malaysia. However, our state's government under the Ministry of Sports and Youth has proposed to the Ministry of Education to convert or to elevate the school SMK Demak into a full-fledged sukan sekolah Malaysia because of the facilities nearby. However, we still do not have an answer for that. Another thing that we should understand as well, Yang Berhormat, is that for sekolah sukan negara is actually a school which have a full facilities as compared to sekolah sukan negeri. Therefore, we really need this sekolah sukan Malaysia to be built in Sarawak. In Malaysia, we have 5 of these schools. One in Sabah, Terengganu, Pahang, Kuala Lumpur, as well in Johor. And the other one now is under construction is in Perlis. So we do not know what is the justification to have that in Perlis, but we think that Sarawak should have one of these schools because we have produced a lot of world-class athletes in Sarawak, and therefore it is highly timely that there is one of these schools to be built in Sarawak.
Thank you, Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Thank you, the Honourable Menteri Muda. I agree with the Honourable Assistant Minister that there's no justification why Sarawak should not have a national sports school. Yes, over the years, the last few years, our students in our SSN has consistently ranked number 2 as compared to all the others, even including the national sports schools, the 5. And one of the year, I think 2 or 3 years ago, we even beat Bukit Jalil to be the champion in their annual meets. So there's ample justification, but why are we still not, we still don't have a Sekolah Sukan Malaysia or Negara? My supplementary questions are, what will be the benefits of our Sarawak students if SMK Taban Jaya is elevated from a Sekolah Sukan Negara to a Sekolah Sukan Malaysia, or an Sekolah Sukan Malaysia Sarawak is built? Until we have a SSM Sarawak, what is the plan of the state government to help the students of SSN at SMK Taban Jaya to achieve sporting excellence in the international arena? Thank you.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat. To answer this question, the benefits of Sekolah Sukan Negara, I would like to differentiate between these two schools. Number one is the food allowance or the food assistance to the students. In Sekolah Sukan Negeri, the cost per head is RM15.50 per day. Whereas in Sekolah Sukan Negara, in Sabah they give RM40 per day. Whereas in Bukit Jalil they give RM30. It's almost double, more than double. So there is a glaring difference between these two schools. Number two is in terms of the facilities. Whereas in Sukan Negeri, they have not much of facilities available. Whereas in Sukan Negara, they have sports science lab, they have a proper gymnasium, they have a proper facilities, and also they have a flexible schedules of training where they can train in the afternoon as well as in the evening or in the morning. Whereas in Sekolah Sukan Negeri, the training is only allowed in the afternoon. In terms of coaches, they have more coach available in Sekolah Sukan Negara, whereas in Sekolah Sukan Negeri, the quota is only for 4. And they do not have a physiotherapist, they do not also have a nutritionist available in this Sekolah Sukan Negeri. And on top of that, more importantly, there is a lot of availability in terms of competing in a national or international level for Sekolah Sukan Negara. Therefore, this allows the students who are in Sekolah Sukan Negara to be well exposed in a highly competitive competition as compared to Sekolah Sukan Negeri. Therefore, we will not benefit if we do not have this Sekolah Sukan Negara in Sarawak. Therefore, we would like this Sekolah Sukan Negara to be built in Sarawak. On top of that, to answer the second part of the question is that, at the meantime, with the collaboration from the Sports and Youth Ministry of Sarawak, through our Majlis Sukan Negeri, as well as our Sarawak Sports Corporations, with Sekolah Taban Jaya, in terms of development of the coaches, in terms of giving some form of training to our students there, and more importantly, in terms of improving the facilities at this Sekolah SMK Taban Jaya, their tennis court, athletics, archery, as well as soccer. And this is the time that we should fight for, to have this Sukan Negara in Sarawak. And of course, in future, if there is this Sekolah Sukan Negara, I'm sure the Sarawakians, the athletes from Sarawak, the students in Sarawak will excel more in the sports. Thank you very much.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Henry Jenib, Tasik Biru.
Terima kasih Datuk Amal Speaker, and good morning. Saya berpantun dululah. Lompat si kata lompat, acara melompat, aktiviti bersukan. Soalan saya nombor 84, minta mentally beri jawapan.
Thank you, Dama. Thank you very much, Ali Yang Berhormat Tasik Biru, for the information of Yang Berhormat Tasik Biru. Ecotourism, being a niche market tourism, is growing in popularity over the years as tourists become more environmentally conscious. As such, Sarawak, with its vast, lush green resources, should capitalize on this rising demand by introducing these ecotourism products and to conserve and preserve the existing attractions. To achieve these aspirations, the development of domestic tourism attractions for the new areas in Dun, Tasik Biru, or elsewhere within Sarawak will be carried out by my ministry in collaboration with the relevant government agencies, local authority, tourism industry players, academic institutions, NGOs, and most importantly, the local community. New local natural attractions such as Sato Waterfall, Brownant Waterfall, Oyamuat Waterfall, Libuana Pinocchio, etc. in Bau district should be developed by A. Providing accessibility and basic facilities such as public toilets, changing rooms, car parks, gazebo, trails, signages, food outlets, etc. B. Packaging together with other major attractions in Bau district to facilitate a comprehensive experience for visitors to Bau district. C. Managing visitors and facilities as the respective attractions. D. Working with local communities to involve them in community-based tourism, such as homestays, handicraft, local host guides, and responsible tourism practices. In order to be sustainable, domestic tourism attractions must take full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and most importantly, host communities. This is an essential component of effective destination management, integral to success. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Menteri Muda. Thank you, Dato' Amal Speaker. Saya ada dua soalan tambahan. Yang pertama, what are other potential areas to be developed as tourist attractions in Tasik Biru or Bau as a whole? Secondly, how would the government promote domestic attraction in Tasik Biru areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amal, Speaker. Thank you, Ali Yang Berhormat Tasik Biru, for your supplementary questions. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat Tasik Biru, among the potential areas that can be developed in Tasik Biru or Bau areas are Siniawan Night Market, Pasar Seriking, Catholic Memorial Pilgrimage Center, Mount Singai, Wing Caves, Ferry Caves, Siniawan Weekend Street Food, Tasik Biru, Blue Lake Bauk, Libiki Bamboo Resort, Keloyan Resort, Bom Berata, Bon Jagoy Heritage Center, Mount Sinai, Gunung Berondan, Sleeping Lady, Temple, Kampung Tringus Bon, Tringus Homestay, Badu Homestay, Mount Serembu, Borneo Tribal Village, Gunung Gajah Baut, Baut Gold Mines Study.
Ahli yang berhormat. Proceed.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dato' Amal Speaker. My answer to supplementary question number 2. For the information of Ali Yang Berhormat Tasik Biru, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture Sarawak will work closely with the Sarawak Tourism Board to promote domestic attractions through the following measures. A. Frequent engagements with divisional, Tourism Task Force, headed by residents, to identify creative packaging of the local attractions in the division or district. B, monthly tourism product updates sessions for the tourism industry players. C, promoting local attractions through Sarawak travel app and portal and other social media. D, encourage and train local communities to become local tourism volunteers and ambassadors. E, encourage domestic tourism through campaigns like Sia Sitok. F, organizing familiarization trips for tour operators, media and influencer. Thank you.
Ahli yang berhormat, question time is up.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang kedua. Constitution of the State of Sarawak, Amendment Bill 2020. Yang berhormat Menteri Pelancongan, Kesenian dan Kebudayaan, Menteri Belia dan Sukan dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N15 Asajaya.
Terima kasih Dato' Amar Speaker. I beg to move that the Constitution of State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020 to be read a second time. Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to introduce the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020, which is to amend Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak, namely A, to lower the age qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri so as to be consistent with the Federal Constitution's amendment, and B, define and clarify the words resident in the state. Dato' Amar Speaker, the Federal Constitution Amendment Act 2019, or in bracket Act A1603, which was passed by Parliament on the 16th of July 2019 and came into force on the 10th of September 2019, had inter alia amended the age qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the State Legislative Assembly from 21 years to 18 years in Section 5 of Part 1 of the 8th Schedule of the Federal Constitution. Article 71, in bracket 4 of the Federal Constitution requires the Constitution of any state to have the provision substantially to the same effect of provision in Part 1 of the 8th Schedule, which are regarded as, inverted comma, the essential provisions. Dato' Amar Speaker, it has been pointed out by the Federal Court in Datuk Dr. Zamri bin Abdul Kadir versus Datuk Sri Engineer Haji Muhammad Nizar Jamaluddin, in bracket 2009-5 CLJ 265, and Dewan Undangan Negeri Kelantan and another versus Nordin Saleh, in bracket 1992 1 CLJ 72, that a constitution of a state must have the essential provision in the 8th Schedule of the Federal Constitution. It follows that if a state constitution does not have the essential provisions of the 8th Schedule, Parliament may pass a law, inverted comma, for giving effect in that state to the essential provision or for removing the inconsistent provision, close inverted comma. It is therefore necessary for an amendment to be made to Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak to give effect to this essential provision so as to be consistent with the Federal Constitution. Dato' Amar Speaker, currently the age qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri, or in bracket State Legislative Assembly, in Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak is 21 years old. Thus, to be consistent with Article 71 in bracket 4 of the Federal Constitution, Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak ought to be amended to lower the age qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri from 21 years to 18 years to be in line with the amended Section 5 of Part 1 of the 8th Schedule to the Federal Constitution. Dato' Amar Speaker, apart from the age qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri, Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak also provides for a qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri to be a inverted comma, resident in the state, close inverted comma. The same qualification is also stated in Section 5 of Part 1 of the 8th Schedule of the Federal Constitution. However, the definition is neither provided in the Federal Constitution nor in the Constitution of the State of Sarawak. As guaranteed by the Malaysian Agreement 1963, Article 161E in bracket 4 of the Federal Constitution, read together with the Immigration Act 1959/63 in bracket Act 155. The state authority is empowered to determine matters relating to residence and right of entry into the state. Therefore, this amendment to incorporate the definition of resident in the state is intended to clarify such qualification of resident in the state, inverted comma and close inverted comma, within the confines of the state constitutional authority. Dato' Amar Speaker, the amendment to the definition of resident in the state is tied up with Section 71 of the Immigration Act 1959/63 in bracket Act 155 to ensure the definition is consistent with such provisions on persons being treated as belonging to East Malaysian state as provided in the Immigration Act 1959/63 in bracket Act 155. Dato' Amar Speaker, thus, to summarize, this bill seeks to provide for the amendment to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak in respect of matters relating to qualification of persons to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri in respect of A. Age qualification from 21 years to 18 years in tandem with the amendment to Section 5 of the 8th Schedule to the Federal Constitution. This amendment is significant to ensure the provision of the State Constitution is consistent with the provision of the Federal Constitution. And B, the words, inverted comma, resident in the state, close inverted comma, under Article 16 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak needs to be defined and clarified, as the current provision is not clear as to the meaning of the words, inverted comma, resident in the state, close inverted comma. Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to move.
Another minister to second, please.
Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to second.
Senadin.
Yeah, Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. Now I shall call upon the honourable members of this House to debate on the second reading of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020. Before any member speak, I would like to remind that this is an amendment bill. So confine your observation only to the amendment of the Constitution. Please do not open up the entire Constitution. Member for Kota Sentosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to participate in the debate for this amendment to the Constitution of the Sarawak, State of Sarawak, Amendment Ordinance 2020. Before I delve into the merits or demerits of this amendment, may I just seek clarification from the Honourable Minister on the wordings of the bill. May I refer the Honourable Minister to clause 2, bracket 1, bracket C, whereby it is provided that adding immediately after Article 17 the following new provision. The bracket 2, resident in the state, in this article meaning a citizen belonging to the state of Sarawak in accordance with Section 71 of the Immigration Act. I believe there is a glaring error in the wordings. Article 17 that is provided in the bill. As I look at our state constitution, Article 16 talks about qualification of members. And after Article 16, there's Article 16, capital A. And followed by Article 17, which talks about disqualifications for members. In Article 17, there are the following provision, Article 17, bracket A, and bracket 2, which is repealed, and bracket 3, bracket 4, 5, 6, and 7. As I'm wondering, if this amendment were to go through verbatim as provided in this amendment bill, where do you insert this clause under 2C, which provides for bracket 2? It doesn't make sense that this provision will be inserted after Article 17, which has Article 17, bracket 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and suddenly at the end of 7, you add in a word, a clause, bracket 2. It doesn't make sense. So may I seek clarification from the Honourable Minister whether the insertion of clause 2C, which provide for 2 residents in the state in this article means a citizen belonging to the state of Sarawak in accordance with Section 71 of the Immigration Act. Where do you insert this clause if this amendment were to be passed by this House? Can I seek clarification? Because we are debating on something that is very important, the Constitution of Sarawak. Such error cannot be allowed to happen.
Dato' Ahmad Speaker, thank you to Ali Yang Berhormat from Kota Sentosa. I think Ali Yang Berhormat from Kota Sentosa might have got it wrong also. That 2C should be read as Article 17 after the word Article 17 in the last sentence of Article 16, not after Article 17 as what has been mentioned by Ali Yang Berhormat for Kota Sentosa. Yeah.
So, Honourable Minister, you concede, if that's the case, the amendment will be done at committee stage?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not about concede or not concede. It's not a win or lose situation.
No. Whether he agrees.
Yeah, he has agreed. He has agreed. Not concede or not. We don't take such an antagonistic approach when we come to the debate of the Constitution of Sarawak.
It is a debate.
Yeah, it's a debate, but not so antagonistic or confrontational. It's not concede or win or lose. It's just that there is an error, and I hope that this error can be rectified. Now, Mr. Speaker, may I go into the merits or demerits? I think demerits more than merits of this amendment. Mr. Speaker, they are like what was said by the Honourable Minister, whereby this amendment ordinance is proposing two amendments to Article 16 of our Constitution. Namely, one to lower the age, and the second one is to define residents in the state. In respect of the lowering of the age from 21 years old to 18 years old, we have no objection to that. After all, it was the Pakatan Harapan government that has made the proposal in the federal parliament to lower the age, the voting age from 21 to 18, allowing more youth to participate in the election process. And that, we have no problem with that, and that we fully support. But the devil is in the second part of the amendment. The second part of the bill, which proposed to amend or define clearly resident in the state. Mr. Speaker, if this amendment were to be allowed and passed by the state, any West Malaysian or Sabahan having PR status for 2 years will be eligible to be elected as a member of this August House, Sarawak State Assembly, Sarawak State Legislative Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important policy call by this House today, whether we want to allow a West Malaysian having PR in Sarawak for only 2 years, for them to sit in this Dewan as an elected member of this Dewan and to decide the policy and the laws of Sarawak. Obviously, when GPS tabled this amendment ordinance, the policy call of GPS is that we are open. The government of the state of Sarawak is open to allow West Malaysians to sit in this Dewan, to be a legislative member of this House, to decide the laws and policies of this state. Can we allow that? My answer here is clearly a no. We should not allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to a sellout of our state's rights and privileges of Sarawakian. Mr. Speaker, State Legislative Assembly is the last bastion of the rights and privileges of Sarawak. This is where policies are made, where state laws are made, And today, I'm very sad that GPS has been touting that they are the defender of Sarawak's rights. They are the defender of the privileges of the state, Sarawakians' rights, and yet they are proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Sarawak whereby to allow a non-Sarawakian to be a member of this house. How can we allow that? That is hypocrisy of the highest degree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past 57 years, with the exception when the late Adnan Satem was the Chief Minister, over those past 57 years, there has been a gradual but steadily, gradually, the surrendering of state rights to the federal government until the late Adnan Satem has made clear that we must defend our rights. But sad to say, he has passed on. Now, the trend continues and culminating to the fact that you are tabling an amendment to our constitution to allow a West Malaysian to be a member of this DUN. So is there such a deal that has been going on between the current state government and the federal government, the backdoor government of the federal government, that they pay you some money and you open up the door? Shame on you, Mr. Speaker. Not you, the GPS government. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister may reply saying that the provision has already been in the Article 16. Yes, resident in the state, whereby Article 16 states, every citizen of or over the age of 21 years who is resident in the state is qualified to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri unless he is disqualified, blah, blah, blah. He is only trying to define what is resident, what does it mean by resident in the state by proposing this amendment. Mr. Speaker, let us see Section 71, which will be the definition of resident in the state if this amendment will go through. Section 61 provide that for the purpose of Section 66, a citizen shall be treated as belonging to the East Malaysian state if A, he is or has within the preceding 2 years been a permanent resident in the East Malaysian state.
Do you take point of clarification from Tupong?
He is citing standing order. I have no choice but to allow him.
Menurut standing order 32.6, jadi saya ingin mohon Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa untuk menarik balik kenyataan bahawa kita telah ada deal memberi wang untuk insinuating that we have a deal with the federal government to come to this amendment of the bill. Saya mohon beliau menarik balik.
Mr. Speaker, I'm putting a question to the government, and the government must come clean with it and must be transparent and be frank to the Sarawakians. Is there a sellout? Why is it so coincident that after the payment of this deal, this sales tax, immediately we come with this amendment to the Constitution opening out this state assembly to West Malaysians? Mr. Speaker, there is a valid question. There is a question in the minds of all right-thinking Sarawakians. Mr. Speaker, I will proceed with my debate. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the original clause, Article 16, did provide resident in the state, but it was not defined. There are a lot of ambiguities. And now what the Honourable Minister by proposing this amendment is provide the clarity. Only 2 years of permanent residence status and he is allowed, the person is allowed to be a member of the this house, to be elected as a member of this house. What loyalty will he have if he has only 2 years permanent residence? Mr. Speaker, in your case against the ex-member for Pujut, your counsel submitted so strongly on the loyalty to the state, Pujut, Dr. Ting Tiong Chun, he was born in Sarawak. He is a true Sarawakian. Though he has acquired citizenship of the Australian, but surrendered it, that you question his loyalty. He has come back, he has stayed here for more than 2 years before he was elected, that you question his loyalty. Now, you are allowing a West Malaysian, a Sabahan, who is not even born in Sarawak, who has only acquired permanent residence for 2 years, to be elected in this house. Mr. Speaker, I believe if this were told to all Sarawakians, many will object, except the GPS. I don't know what benefits they have got in order for them to sell this exclusivity. The qualification, exclusive qualification for the state, to be elected as a member of this house. Like what I've said, I've mentioned just now, the original Constitution, the wording in section Article 16 did provide for resident in the state, but it was ambiguous. If it was ambiguous, the parties will not be so blatant to nominate a non-Sarawakian to be a Adun. And like if the GPS government is true to what they always claim to be, defender of the Sarawak's rights, then this ambiguity should be removed on the other way around, to the other way around. To remove it, the resident in the state, to replace it with a Sarawakian, a true Sarawakian, born in Sarawak, born to the parents or one of the parents of Sarawak. How can it be going the other way around, to open up, to make it easier, to make it clearer and easier for a non-Sarawakian to be elected as a member of this house? Where is the loyalty? How do you show the loyalty of that member? Just by making an oath? That is surely not sufficient. Mr. Speaker, it just goes to show that the GPS government, in their claims to defend Sarawak's rights, is not acting in the best interest of Sarawak. The so-called local party protecting Sarawak's right, that is rubbish. That is only for political propaganda. When it suits you, when it suits your purpose, you say you claim to be the defender of Sarawak's right. But when it suits other purpose, you are ready to open up even this Dewan Undangan Negeri for West Malaysian to be elected as a member. So, Mr. Speaker, we DAP strongly objects to this amendment bill, and I call on the Honourable Minister to be decent enough to withdraw this bill. Anyway, you are going to make an amendment because of the glaring error, typo error in this amendment bill. In the committee stage, take out the 2 bracket C. Take out 2 bracket C, the definition section. And if you are capable enough, competent enough, put in the clause to remove resident in the state, resident in the state, to make the qualification membership of this Dewan Undangan Negeri exclusively for Sarawak. Mr. Speaker, and I also like to know why the government is proposing this amendment in the eve of the coming state elections. Are there already candidates lining up who are West Malaysian by having 2-year PR status? Why in the eve, when the state election is so near, you propose this amendment, whereby you are opening up, allowing a West Malaysian having 2 years PR status to be a member, to be elected as a member of this house. Mr. Speaker,
Najib is coming.
with the yeah, I think Pending was saying that is this Najib coming to Sarawak, but he does not have a PR status here, is it? Yang Amat Berhormat. But anyway, I think, Mr. Speaker, the time that this is an important bill, and this is a bill that will have a long and wide-ranging effect on the future generations of Sarawakians. Do not be the culprit. Do not be blamed in our history of Sarawak that you are the one who has opened up this Dewan Undangan Negeri for non-Sarawakians to be elected as the member of this house, whereby laws and policies are made. So with that, I state my strongest objection, and I believe my colleagues in PSB are also objecting to these amendment bills.
Ali Yang Berhormat, for the benefit of Ali Yang Berhormat, let me read out Section 71 of the Immigration Act. For the purpose of this section 66, a citizen shall be treated as belonging to an East Malaysian state if A, he is or has within the proceedings 2 years been a permanent resident in the East Malaysian state, or B, he became a citizen in the following ways. So 1, 2, 3 is stated there. So that is the position. Section 71 of the Immigration Act as referred to in this amendment bill. Yeah. Any member wants to speak? Member for Bawang Asam.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in the debate of this amendment bill to Article 16 of the Sarawak Constitution. Madam Speaker, we have no objection to the amendment of Article 16 of the Sarawak Constitution by inserting a new sub-article 1 to lower the voting age from 21 years to 18 years old. We support this part of the bill. However, we object strongly to the second constitutional amendment to Article 16 to add a new bracket 2 to redefine resident in the state to mean a citizen belonging to the state of Sarawak in accordance with Section 71 of the Immigration Act 1959, 63 bracket Act 155. The reason for our objections are as follows. Article 16 of the Sarawak Constitution applies to current qualification of elected members of this Dewan Undangan Negeri which states qualification of members. 16. Every citizen of or over the age of 21 years who is resident in the state is qualified to be elected as an elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri unless he is disqualified for being such a member by the Federal Constitution or this Constitution or by any such laws as is mentioned in Article 17. The term resident in the state, that the Honourable Speaker, is not defined in the Sarawak Constitution, but it can be taken to mean someone who is always resident here or just for 2 years, which is a negligible period. That is to say, the current Constitution does not specify a period of residency in order to qualify for election to this Dewan Undangan Negeri. The proposed amendment to Article 16 seeks to act the following as sub-article bracket 2. Resident in the state. In this article means a citizen belonging to the state of Sarawak in accordance with Section 71 of the Immigration Act 1959-63 Act 155. What does Section 71 of the Immigration Act 1959-63 bracket Act 155 say? 71 bracket 1. For purpose of Section 66, a citizen shall be treated as belonging to an East Malaysian state if he is or has within the preceding 2 years been a permanent resident in the East Malaysian state. The Honourable Speaker, for the purpose of Section 71 Immigration Act 1959, as long as the person has been a permanent resident of Sarawak for just 2 years, he falls within the requirement of Section 66 in the Immigration Act. Section 71 was enacted for the purposes of Section 66. Honourable Speaker, a perusal of this Section 66 of the Immigration Act reveals that it is only for restriction on citizens' right of entry into East Malaysian state. It only has to do with entry into Sarawak and has absolutely nothing to do with the right to be elected as the member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri. The difference between the two is mind-boggling. And therefore, the Honourable Speaker, it is totally improper or even ridiculous to equate the right of entry into Sarawak with the right of election into Dewan Undangan Negeri. It is impossible to imagine that the right to be elected member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri is reduced to the equivalent of the right of entry into Sarawak. The GPS government has made a song and dance about fighting for Sarawak rights and caring for the people of Sarawak. This proposed amendment totally goes against this rhetoric of GPS. If they really care, if the GPS government really care for Sarawak rights, they would not reduce the rights for election to the Dewan Undangan Negeri to that of the right of entry into Sarawak. If they really wish to amend to protect Sarawak rights, they should amend the Sarawak Constitution to restrict the right of election to Dewan Undangan Negeri only to those Malaysian citizens who are born in Sarawak. That is to say, make it impossible for a non-Sarawakian to be elected to the Dewan Undangan Negeri instead of making it easier or making it possible. What is the motive behind this amendment? Why make it easier for non-Sarawakians to be elected to this Dewan Undangan Negeri? It is the first step towards allowing non-Sarawakians to be elected in the Dewan Undangan Negeri. Is this the first step towards allowing non-Sarawakians to be elected to the Dewan Undangan Negeri? Because simply giving a permanent resident status to a non-Sarawakian for 2 years will make that person eligible for election to the Sarawak Dewan Undangan Negeri if this constitutional amendment is passed. This, to me, the Honourable Speaker, is an outright betrayal of the rights of the people of Sarawak by the GPS government. We are totally opposed to this constitutional amendment. The Honourable Speaker, I would like to call upon all honourable members in this august House who have Sarawak at heart and who are the true and proud sons and daughters of Sarawak to come together, disregarding our political divide, to totally reject this amendment to 2.2 of this bill. The Honourable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this bill. We strongly object to the amendment of 2.2 of this bill. Thank you.
For the benefit of the members of the House, Section 66 reads, subject to subsection 2 and to Section 67 and 68, a citizen shall not be entitled to enter an East Malaysian state without having obtained a permit or a pass in that unless he belongs to the East Malaysian state, A, B, he's a member of the federal government, and so forth. So that is Section 66. Member for Jemuring.
Datuk Ahmad Speaker, saya betulkan hal saya dulu. Terima kasih Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Saya ingin menyertai debat bagi perbahasan pindaan Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020 yang dibentangkan oleh ahli dari Asajaya sebentar tadi. Pindaan ini adalah suatu usaha berani oleh pihak kerajaan GPS Sarawak bagi memberikan ruang kepada seramai mungkin anak-anak Sarawak menyertai proses demokrasi di negara ini. Ini adalah suatu usaha mengiktiraf hak-hak mereka yang mencapai umur 18 tahun dari kalangan anak-anak Sarawak bagi menentukan hala tuju pentadbiran dan politik negeri ini. Sudah pasti semua anak Sarawak mahukan kerajaan yang memajukan negeri ini. Sudah pasti semua anak Sarawak mahukan kerajaan yang menunaikan janji. Bukan janji manifesto lain, buat lain. Bukan kerajaan yang membatalkan projek-projek persekutuan yang telah diluluskan di Sarawak bila dapat kuasa. Sudah pasti anak-anak Sarawak mahukan kerajaan yang jujur dan ada integriti. Setakat ini kerajaan ini selama 18 tahun berturut-turut telah mendapat sijil bersih audit. Kalau ada orang tidak suka kerajaan yang bersih audit, tidak tahulah saya. Sudah pasti anak-anak Sarawak mahukan kerajaan yang bersifat inklusif, yang berjuang untuk semua anak Sarawak tanpa mengira agama, bangsa atau latar belakang mereka. Juga sudah pasti semua anak Sarawak mahukan kerajaan yang mereka pilih bukan kerajaan yang menipu manifesto dan bila menang tidak menunaikan janji dengan pelbagai alasan. Datuk Amat Speaker, kerajaan Sarawak sedia ada di bawah GPS telah membuktikan mereka melaksanakan apa yang mereka janji dan mereka buat apa yang mereka kata. We don't make promises that we cannot keep. Contoh paling senang, bila kerajaan GPS mahukan kerajaan pusat mengiktiraf hak Sarawak terhadap hasil minyak dan gas, Dewan ini meluluskan pindaan OMO dan mewajibkan pembayaran SST terhadap hasil minyak.
Yang berhormat,
ya.
Ini pasal pindaan saja.
Ya. Saya bagi contoh, Datuk Amat Speaker. Mohon diizinkan. Bila Petronas enggan membayar, kerajaan GPS bawa Petronas ke mahkamah dan Petronas aku membayar SST. Bila Dewan ini luluskan undang-undang SST dan hasil minyak, gas dan galian, Petros juga akhirnya dikurniakan hak menggali dan meneroka minyak dan gas di utara Sarawak. Ini tidak. Ada kumpulan parti politik yang duduk dalam Dewan ini bersikap sarkastik dan tidak mendukung usaha kerajaan GPS untuk menyaman Petronas dan juga menubuhkan syarikat minyak sendiri melalui Petros. Tiba-tiba, bila hasil sudah nampak, buah sudah masak, makanan sudah terhidang, mereka pula sibuk mau ambil nama.
Yang berhormat, pindaan ini berkenaan dengan usia 18 tahun.
Ya betul, saya mau sampai ke situ, Datuk Amar.
Dan menjadi ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri.
Ya.
Itu pindaan dia.
Ya, saya mau sampai ke situ, Datuk Amar. Ada 2 perenggan lagi mau sampai ke situ. Ada pula yang sibuk mau ambil nama, Datuk Amat Speaker. Sibuk mau buat motion itu, motion ini. Mau jadi hero rakyat. Saya nasihatkan orang macam ini, kalau mau jadi hero, buat kerja betul. Jangan janji 20% royalti dan sebagainya. Mana janji itu? Bila orang lain berjaya, dia pula sibuk mau join makan free. Tidak tahu malukah? Datuk Amat Speaker, sekarang saya masuk umur 18. Kalau umur 18 tahun sudah boleh kahwin, sudah boleh kerja cari duit, mengapa pada usia ini tidak boleh menjadi calon atau mengundi calon yang layak? Kalau usia 18 tahun dah beranak pinak, satu keputusan yang berat dalam hidup, tapi itulah realiti kehidupan, maka sewajarnya anak-anak Sarawak yang mencapai usia 18 tahun ini juga turut diberi peluang terbabit dalam pilihan raya bagi menentukan hala tuju negeri ini. Datuk Amat Speaker, tambahan perkataan resident in the state adalah suatu usaha mengukuhkan lagi autonomi negeri Sarawak. Kita mahukan mereka yang terlibat menentukan hala tuju negeri Sarawak adalah anak-anak Sarawak yang setia kepada negeri ini. Bukannya mereka yang duduk di luar Sarawak yang tidak memahami negeri Sarawak. Tetapi bila tiba musim pilihan raya, mereka tiba-tiba sibuk campur tangan hal politik negeri ini. yang sudah pasti boleh membawa kucak-kacir kepada negeri ini. Atau macam yang pernah berlaku sebelum ini dalam Dewan Yang Mulia ini, ada orang pernah jadi warga negara Australia, tiba-tiba balik mahu menjadi wakil rakyat dalam Dewan Yang Mulia ini. Kalau sudah jadi warga negara lain, sudah angkat sumpah setia kepada negara lain, macam mana kita yakin tentang kesetiaan dia kepada negara dan negeri ini bagi menjaga keharmonian negeri ini? Begitu juga kalau mereka yang menjadi residen atau penduduk tetap di negeri lain, tiba-tiba mahu menjadi wakil rakyat dalam Dewan Yang Mulia ini, macam mana kita tahu kesetiaan dia kepada negeri ini? Oleh itu, pindaan ini adalah suatu langkah yang bijaksana. Setiap langkah kita mestilah mengutamakan Sarawak. Tentang persoalan takrifan resident in the state, saya yakin ahli dari Asajaya yang juga merupakan peguam yang terkenal ada jawapannya nanti. Jangan marah dulu kawan-kawan dari sebelah sana. Dulu kamu bawa orang Australia jadi wakil rakyat kamu, sekarang apa cerita? Sabar, nanti menteri kita jawab. Tahniah kepada ahli dari Asajaya atas pembentangan yang terbaik dan ringkas, dan tahniah kepada kerajaan GPS yang sentiasa mengutamakan Sarawak. Sarawak first. Datuk Amat Speaker, saya mohon menyokong pindaan ini. Terima kasih.
Any other member who wishes to speak? Member for Batu Lintang.
Thank you, Dato' Amat Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate on this very important bill. Dato' Amat Speaker, I would not repeat the points from my honourable friends of Kota Sentosa and Bawah Asan, but I supported the stance that were taken by them. I would just want to remind honourable members in this House to the agreement that we have when we come into the formation of Malaysia. The question of immigration and citizenship, these are the two most important issues that were always being debated and culminated into paragraph 15, paragraph 16, and paragraph 18. 16, 17, 18. 16 for immigration, 18 for citizenship, which are very lengthy provisions that were given and were agreed. And many of our constitutions were amended pursuant to the Malaysian Agreement, Article 5, that was in the agreement. So a lot of provisions were amended, not just the amendment to the Immigration Act, but the Federal Constitution as well, for the protection of these privileged special rights of Sarawak and Sabah. And of course, including the Part 7 of the Immigration Act 1959/63. So we have to look into all this, Federal Constitution, all the acts that are relevant, and go into the intention of why do we make all those amendments and the agreement that were reached. Because it's a shield for Sarawak and Sabah to protect our privileges and special rights. But in this case, our amendment, the second amendment, is actually to open up, to discard the shield that is giving us the protection. So I think we cannot be supporting this second part of the bill. And I hope Honourable Member for Asajaya will make the necessary amendment. Thank you.
Any other members wish to speak? Member for Bukit Goram.
Terima kasih, Dato' Ahmad Speaker. I rise to participate in this debate for the Constitutions of State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020 as tabled by Yang Berhormat Dato' Haji Abdul Karim Rahman Hamzah, Minister for Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports Sarawak, which also the Dewan Undangan Negeri and 15 Asajaya. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I support the lowering of the minimum voting age from 21 to 18. First of all, it is a fact that at least 160 countries around the world allow 18 years old to vote. As for Malaysia, in moving towards greater democracy, it is timely that the youths are empowered to make their decisions at the polls. These citizens are old enough, as mentioned by my colleague, to drive, enter into contracts, serve in the armed forces, pay taxes, and get married. And they should also have a voice in their government. This amendment will allow them to voice out on causes that concern them, such as the public education policy, youth unemployment, and cost of living, etc. By allowing 18 years old and above to vote, fresh ideas and perspectives will flow into the electorate. Most of the youths are intelligent, well educated, and grew up with the computers, social media, and technological advancements. As we have often mentioned, youths are the future of the nations. An estimate of 3.5 million also new eligible voters are expected to join the electorate, pushing Malaysia to be a more democratic and progressive nation. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, secondly, in respect in the constitutions of the State of Sarawak, in respect of matters relating to the qualifications of members of the Dewan Undangan Negeri. In relation to this, I truly believe that only Sarawakians also knows what is best for Sarawak. Sarawakians are knowledgeable and smart and well-versed in local customs and circumstances, know the locals' needs and aspirations. Sarawakians are who belongs here, being with our people, observing and listening to the people, making evaluations and having visions for Sarawak. These are the ones who will lead and serve the people of Sarawak and truly strive for the betterment of Sarawak. And I believe only Sarawakian can be trusted to safeguard Sarawak right, especially under MA 63. It is not only about the here and now, but the future generations to come will inherit, and only Sarawakian will be able to build a consensus about the state's affairs and willing to align themselves for the best interests of Sarawak. And as we have also plenty of intellectual, loyal Sarawakian not like the previous one, the Australian. Ini cakap pun pemangkang tak serupa betina. Ini Australian pun boleh tanding sini. And also who loyal Sarawakian who can be our future leaders. And I strongly believe the seat of the state assemblyman should only be open to the citizens of Sarawak. That's all, my speaker. With this, I support the bill. Thank you.
Ahli yang berhormat, this bill involves an amendment to the state constitution. Any voting cannot be just by yes. The voting will be by division. One by one, the honorable member will be called. So, I'll adjourn our sitting for a break because I'll call by division. I need attendance at least 2/3 to amend to get the bill passed. Therefore, we have a break. Sitting resumes at 12 noon. Member for Moratuang.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to participate in this debate for the bill. Now, I would like to point out one particular fact which had transpired sometime in February or March this year. This particular bill, I believe, was the result of some discussion which I brought up to the state side regarding the need to protect Sarawak from unethical and, I believe, uncultured politics from other places outside Sarawak. As you know, in this bill, the word residence, or in the ordinance itself, the word residence was not defined. A dictionary meaning for residence, as you can find in many dictionaries, just define it as the fact of living in a particular place. So if a person has, let's say, rented a room or somewhere in Sarawak, in Kuching, for example, and have an address for postal services or other things, he is considered a resident. And if the word resident is not properly defined in our constitution, any person from outside Sarawak, a Malaysian from outside Sarawak, say from Semenanjung, could come in and stand in an election, either, including the state election itself, or either the general election at the parliament level. Now, that's why I was concerned about all this ambiguity of the word residence when I brought it up, and it has been reported in the media quite widely, in the Borneo Post, in other papers too, that I propose that we have an amendment to the Constitution of Sarawak by defining the word residence. I suggested, in fact, a minimum of 10 years residency. So my proposal, my open proposal, was taken up by the state. I thought something along that line had been done. But this bill today, as I can see it, has the word residence defined by referring or taking the definition of what a permanent resident is under Section 71 of the Immigration Act. There are two limbs which were referred to. One was the 2 years. I don't have to refer specifically which one, but I hope Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa would be kind enough to look into the first limb, which says 2 years plus 3 years, which was at the later part of that particular section, 71, that there is a minimum of 5 years needed to have status of permanent residence eligibility. And as you know, nobody can have an automatic permanent residence. It is all 100% controlled by the state. If we look at the first limb, the 2 years only, then as YB Kota Sentosa had chosen to deliberately write on the ambiguity as he had done, I believe many of us would be confused, especially those people, the lay people, and the man on the street. Now, I would like to suggest, because of this ambiguity, and I believe there is some anomaly that has arisen, with regard to how it should be coached and what are the minimum years and so on. I believe there is much to be done for us to really define residence so that we can throw away the ambiguity as well as the anomaly which may be argued by whoever wants to have a political mileage on this. Now, why I said we need to protect Sarawak, from that kind of unprecedented culture of politics that we saw elsewhere. Because as our Yang Amat Muhammad Ketua Menteri has said, we need to have Sarawak first in everything. He says too that Sarawak mesti diutamakan. And to give meaning to that, plus what Tok Nan used to say also. Tok Nan used to say, jaga Sarawak. Jaga Sarawak benar-benar, all this. I think it's timely that the word residence here be defined to suit just that. We cannot have any Tom, Dick, and Harry from elsewhere coming here and argue what's good for Sarawak. Tok Nan and Yang Muhammad Ketua Menteri used to say, our President Yang Muhammad Ketua Menteri used to say, only one Sarawak tahu apa one Sarawak mau. Only one Sarawak dapat jaga Sarawak. Kita jaga kita, Sarawak jaga Sarawak. That's why this bill was brought up. It's just a matter of tidying up the words in order to give meaning to it. As it is, as I said, if Mr. A from UMNO has a resident in somewhere, let's say in Moratuang, for 3 weeks, has a postal address, he's a resident, he can stand in election. Will Mr. Chong want that? I believe this bill is an answer to it. We don't want it. So please don't twist the words around in such a way that as if we don't care about Sarawak. The same thing goes, you want past member from Semenanjung to come here and stand for election? So these are the questions that goes, in our wildest of dream actually. We don't want all this to come into fruition of any kind. So, Yang Muhammad Datuk Ahmad Speaker, sir, in the light of the ambiguity as well as the anomaly probably in how it was drafted, I would suggest that the word resident be properly defined with or without reference to this Immigration Act, because the Immigration Act Section 71 particularly outlines what permanent residents are, residence is, or residences are. But as it is, the word resident in our Constitution under Article 16 stands alone by itself. We can amend on it alone by itself without reference to any other act. There's no problem about that. On a personal score, the other day, when I proposed this, I even suggested 10 years. Why? Well, the more the better. The more years, the better. Because only orang Sarawak tahu apa Sarawak mau. If you only here for 2 years, I agree with Kota Sentosa. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member from Moratuan, for giving me this opportunity for clarification. Would you agree that let us confine the membership of this Dewan Undangan Negeri to only Sarawakians, not even permanent residents, regardless whether how many years that they have stayed, how many years of their permanent resident status. Just keep it confined to Sarawakians only, true and true Sarawakian.
I think you're a bit far-fetched there, because if we do that, it will be too discriminatory, I believe, okay? Undemocratic and discriminatory, but does not give meaning to what democracy really means, actually. Now, I don't agree. Okay. But as I said earlier, that if you don't amend the word residence, you will find past member, UMNO member, DAP member from Semenanjung standing here and there with hidden agendas, not for the sake of Sarawak, but for themselves, for their parties, respective parties, which are Semenanjung based. I don't know whether the Kotong Sosonsa or any other DAP members here, or other opposition members whose parties are based in Semenanjung, bring the agenda from that side. That is another matter, okay? But for us, GPS, we took the greatest step forward to be independent. We had the chance of being part of a Semenanjung bigger family called Barisan Nasional. We had our trials and tribulation, success and failures, well, action and omission, but by and large we survived, because of our state leadership and the ability of our state people, leaders, to really run the state. Now GPS on its own, we are not only independent, in terms of policies, not only independent in terms of our action, we are actually telling whoever, from the other side, to say that we are very, very important on our own. We are actually the kingmaker, if we want to. But on its own, GPS has a lot of independence to say, because its motto is service, Sarawak diutamakan. And this is the bill that gives meaning to it. I would suggest that the anomalies, ambiguities, whatever it is that is before us now, be erased by making proper attention and maybe a bit of amendment to it, at a later stage. We would at least say, not just 2 + 3, whatever it is, we would say at least 5 years, as reflected by 71. Now, if we don't do this, the 2 weeks or 3 weeks tenant at Padungan and Moratuang will be able to stand an election in Sarawak as a state assemblyman. So as it is, we are vulnerable to that. Now, we don't want to be like Sabah. A member from the DAP, who is a treasurer, was made a member of the State Assembly, I believe, by nomination. Is that right? So why not make noise about that? So with that, I think I would support the bill with the amendments, as properly as could be done. It's up to the other side, what do you call that, the state side, the minister. I'm saying on that side. For that, I'm this side, okay? Anyway, I leave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. That's my debate.
Oleh Yang Berhormat, there is an anomaly in the drafting of the bill, and obviously anomalies and definitions have to be addressed. In view of this, and in a matter of interpretation, because this bill refers to Section 71 of the Immigration Act 1959, and Section 71 further refers to Section 66. In view of these anomalies and clarification in the definition to be made, I hereby defer this bill, and this bill stands deferred to a date to be fixed. It is not a withdrawal, it's just a deferment.
Usul pemilihan ahli Dewan Negara.
Ahli Yang Berhormat, there shall be one vacancy for senator upon the expiry of the term of Yang Berhormat Senator Dr. Nuing Jeluing, with effect from 11 December 2020. The vacancy is to be filled by way of an election in this and by this Dewan. The Dewan has been duly directed by Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri to hold the election to fill the vacancy for senator that will be vacant on 11 December 2020. Is the minister responsible for this present? The proposer. Is the proposer here? Since the proposer is not here, I adjourn the sitting to 2:30 p.m.